She's going to do that. Fine. Anything else? Okay. Can we have a mover and a seconder, please?
Shall I move?
Thank you very much. Seconder. That was Dikeledi in Kulileko. Seconder.
Attacher.
Second.
Thank you. Zukisa. Zukisa, sorry. Right, good. We're done. So now we go to the bill as a whole.
We'll obviously reserve our position as the DA.
Yeah. Okay. So on the bill as a whole, I'm not going to go through page by page. Do you want that? Frank, do I have to go through it page by page? Just let me check what the procedure is. Because I don't think we have to. Funny, yes, we allow you to speak, obviously.
Thank you, Chair. Please note the freedom from pluses. We reserve our position.
Okay. Next. Anybody wants to say anything else? Any other hand up?
Yes, Chair. EFF reserves its position.
Thank you. I thought you were sympathetic. All right. Okay. Then can we go? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, my friend. Hello. Simon, we lost.
I was talking on the side, Chairperson.
Oh, right. Okay, fine. Now, Simon, Frank, can you help us here, right? We've gone through the bill informally. We went from the very first clause to the last clause. Now, do I have to go through every page, or can we subject the whole bill to actually a vote? So, can you help us there? Frank, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Chairperson. Good afternoon to yourself and to honourable members and my colleagues and everyone else on the platform. Chair, the rules require that a bill is considered clause by clause. What we have done, and because we have gone through the clauses, what we've done in the past, and you would remember the Financial Sector Regulation Act, which we've done in a similar manner. We went page by page just to say, look, are there any clauses here that people object to?
Okay.
So if you want to save time, I don't see a problem with that, Chairperson. But we have to adopt the bill formally by going through the bill again like that.
Yeah, no, obviously that we will do. The question I'm asking colleagues is, do you agree that that's what we should do? Because that's Frank's opinion. I agree with it. But you know what? There's no problem. It's not so many pages, 25 plus. We can go there. So what do people feel? So as long as we know that we can minute that we all agreed on that. If we're going to take so long,
we'll do it that way.
Okay, we are saying if we're taking so long, let's just go through the bill. I'll take an extra few minutes. Yeah. Okay. So there's the bill. When I open it, it keeps saying I can't have access to it. Can you put yours on? For some reason, my computer's saying I can't access it. Yet I was using it up to. Okay. Now, can we go down, please? This is the bill, right? And you can just flip through the pages, and if people have anything to say, they'll come in, right? Let's just do it like that fast, instead of me saying page 1, page 2, etc. So we're on page 4. Let's just do it like that, just in case something is questioned. 5, 6, page 7, so far nothing, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, nothing so far, page 13, we went through all of this on Wednesday as recently as that, page 12 now, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, clauses 43 onwards, is it? 46, page 22, 47 onwards, page 23, and then the rest is straightforward, right? So we don't need to go through all of that quickly. And then we'll get to the memorandum at the bottom. Right. Okay. It's right. That's enough. Thank you. Right. A mover for the bill as a whole. And a seconder.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Zoe.
Yes, I'm moving for the adoption, Chair.
Seconder.
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, good. Now, can we move on to the next item? MP, is your colleague here?
There's a hand from
Just
Mr.
note that the DA reserves its position on the
Yes,
bill.
of course. Yes, please do. Right. Okay, Dennis, we hear you. Who's next, Simon?
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom from Plus reserves our position on the bill.
Thank you. Simon?
Yes, Chairperson, EFF reserves its position on the bill.
Thank you. Right. Now, having said that, can we move on? Next item. MP, who's your colleague who's going to take us through this agreement?
Chair, they are in the platform. They will hopefully
Good.
introduce
Okay.
themselves.
All right. Can you please introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon, Chair.
We can't hear you, my friend. My friend, we can't hear you.
My name is Mfundo Hlachwayo. I am with the National Treasury. Mfundo Hlachwayo, I see the presentation.
Yeah. Look, my friend, you're not sounding great. Let's see how it goes. Otherwise, switch your video off as long as we can hear you. Okay?
Yes.
No, it's not sounding great. Can you turn off your video, please? Maybe that will help. You've now become inaudible.
Thank you.
Okay.
The video's off now, Chair. Can you hear me
good.
better?
Now we can hear you better. Yes, indeed. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Chair. Let me try. Okay. No, Chair, apologies for joining late. We were struggling with load shedding as well as the change with regards to the meeting. But let me go ahead and fly to the presentation.
Yeah. You could start with this question, which you put to your colleague, and she couldn't answer, right?
Unfortunately, no, I'm not. Okay.
Right. So the question to you is, why do you come at the last minute? I don't mean you personally, my friend. I'm talking about your department. You are speaking on their behalf. Now, your DG and minister are accountable. Why do you come at the last minute with this?
Yes.
Why did you introduce it so late? I even gather that this thing was in your hand some while back. Can you explain?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Go ahead. I'm having a problem right now.
No, Chair. Perhaps, Chair, if I may come in. Look, the National Treasury would like to apologize for the late submission. We do acknowledge the late submission of the Articles of Agreement to this committee. Chair, there are two contributing factors which has led to the late submission. The first one, Chair, would be in regards to getting cabinet approval on the quantum and the number of shares to take up in this development bank, the AIIB. The second issue, Chair, is that since 2015, when the Ministry of Finance signed the Articles of Agreement, the challenge has been the amount which was indicated that South Africa could take up 5,900 some odd shares required a great deal of resources. And from 2015 to about now, Chair, we've had a challenge raising and finding those financial contributions to join this bank. Those are the two contributing factors, Chair, as to why we've had this late submission. So one may then ask, where have you found the money now? What we've done, Chair, is we have re-looked and reassessed how much of the shareholding within the bank we can take up. And we have, Cabinet has agreed just recently that we should take up the minimum shareholding, which is an amount of quantum which the National Treasury could find internally.
Hello?
Yes, Chair. I have.
Okay, members, do you want to comment?
No, Chair, that was just in response to your question, but not the presentation itself.
No, I understand. This is a major issue. This comes first. Look, we're not holding you to account personally, right? We are doing what we're required to do in terms of the Constitution. Hold you to account, not you personally, your department. Now, I'm asking the members if they want to comment on this.
Chair,
Yes,
yes,
Tim.
as I pointed out earlier on, you know, this agreement was signed in 2015. The cabinet had 7 years to deal with it, and I think if one has a look at the, you know, I don't want to preempt the presentation, but I just think that giving us a couple of days at the end of the term to process the agreement is not really fair. You know, the fact is that this committee and our sister committee, the Appropriations Committee, which comprises the same members, passed 5 bills through Parliament last week, and we're processing another one today to pass through Parliament next week. You know, it's an enormous amount of work that we're doing, and we keep on getting apologies from Treasury saying, "Well, we're sorry we introduced this so late." You know, there's a pattern that's formed, and it's starting to get rather tiresome. Now, I do think that there's a need to discuss the content of the agreement as we continue. But realistically, Chair, I mean, to put forward an agreement of this magnitude in the last month of Parliament is not constructive, and it's not winning Treasury Department any friends. Now, passing the buck, Treasury passing the buck onto the cabinet is all good and well. They're not here to respond for themselves, but you know, I just don't. It leaves a sour taste in my mouth, certainly.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to say anything?
Recording in progress.
I don't see any hands there.
You don't see any hands. Sorry about that. Can I then move on to say firstly that with due respect, my friend, your explanation is not acceptable by any measure. I mean, what does what you got to say do with us? It's a matter for the executive. All bills, all agreements go through cabinet, right? And this is just not acceptable, really. So I would like a mandate, ask members whether you agree that I write to the Minister and DG sometime soon. I don't know when, I'll do it early in the new year to complain bitterly, refer it to the chairperson of the NCOP and the chief whip of the NCOP, and they must deal with this issue. I mean, really, it's completely unacceptable. So you know, I just want some agreement that we don't act like lame ducks, you know, like we, you know, with due respect, you know, nothing you've said is convincing. You're dealing with process issues. And this is just unbelievable, really, the way Treasury is behaving. Very atypical of you. We dealt with you in the last 5 years. You were very good, very efficient. And now recently, you know, I think we're a bit more sympathetic on the general laws of it, because it came to your attention. Well, you knew it was there on the horizon, but it came to your attention more earnestly in October last year. So you had to deal with 4 other departments and ministries and all. So I understand all of that, but here it's totally unacceptable. Look, we'll have to find some wording. We got no choice, colleagues. We have to. The financial implications are huge. We don't vote on this thing. So let's go ahead with our greatest condemnation of what's going on here. And perhaps you should convey this to your immediate superiors. Tell them we said this. Thank you. And if there's a parliamentary liaison officer here, I don't know, he or she or they must go and communicate this to the minister and the DG. But we will write to them in January. Koleleka, will you pester me to do it? Please go ahead. We've got the submission from you in a PowerPoint presentation. Please go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, yes, Chair. No, thank you. Noted, Chair, and we will pass the message on to our principals. If we can put the presentation on, yes, thank you so much. Chair and members of the Select Committee of Finance, I'm here to present South Africa's membership in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank to the committee. Next slide, please. The purpose of the presentation to the Select Committee of Finance is to gather your support for the ratification by Parliament of the Articles of Agreement of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which the Minister of Finance has tabled. To gather support for the minimum subscription or shareholding that South Africa should subscribe to the AIIB, namely 50 shares with a nominal value of $5 million. For the committee to note that the paid-in amount would be $1 million, rand equivalent of 16.4 million when we submitted this presentation, which would be payable 30 days after ratification by Parliament. The outstanding $4 million would be a callable portion. And for the committee to note that the deadline for ratification is 31st of December 2022. This has been set as the final deadline by the board of the AIIB for South Africa to ratify the Articles of Agreement to become a founding member of the bank. Next slide, please. To give the committee a background onto the South Africa's engagement with the AIIB, on the 21st of September 2022, Cabinet endorsed a decision for South Africa to join the AIIB with a paid-in capital of $1 million for 50 shares. As a non-regional founding member, South Africa will therefore receive an additional 600 shares after ratification of membership. This is a special privilege for founding members only. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank was originally formed by 21 Asian countries, mostly led by China. The Articles of Agreement were signed on the 25th of December 2015 by 57 countries, including ourselves, as a prospective founding member. The AIIB has an authorized capital of $100 billion, which is divided into 1 million shares of $100,000 each, and a subscribed capital of $50 billion. In addition, 20% of these shares are paid in shares and 80% are callable shares. The AIIB, as date of submission, had 93 members. 47 of those were regional members, which is in Asia and Southeast Asia, and 46 are non-regional members, including the continent. There are currently 12 non-regional African countries which have joined the bank. Next slide, please. South Africa, through the Minister of Finance, signed the Articles of Agreement to establish the AIIB on the 3rd December 2015, which made us a prospective founding member. However, we have not been able to accede to full membership to the bank. A number of deadlines have been missed to ratify the agreement. South Africa could not meet the deadlines set by the bank, and this is the current, the 31st December is the last deadline. We have been informed by the bank. The National Treasury and the Ministry of Finance were not able to finalize this matter given challenge of budgetary constraints and reconsiderations on the shareholding that South Africa to take in the AIIB. Cabinet endorsement was necessary in respect to the proposal. To provide you a picture of the shareholding that South Africa will have in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. According to Schedule B of the Articles of Agreement, South Africa's original share allocation could have been 5,905 shares. At $100,000 US, the total subscription would have been 590.5 million US dollars. This would have been a paid-in contribution of 118 million US dollars and a callable capital of 472 million US dollars. In 2015, Minister of Finance and Nene consulted with Cabinet on the above option. The decision was taken by Cabinet that was the following. South Africa will take a symbolic 60 million US dollar participation in the AIIB, which is 10% of its allocated voting shares by the bank itself. This will result in a callable amount of 48 million US dollars and a paid-in amount of 12 million over 5 years. This option was seen as no longer affordable by South Africa due to prevailing economic and fiscal challenges. Next slide. The AIB Board of Directors have taken a decision that the minimum share subscription for any country shall be 50 shares, having a nominal value of 5 million US dollars. This equates to a paid-in contribution of 1 million payable to the bank in 5 equal installments, or sooner if one is able to do so. The National Treasury recommended this option to Cabinet, which was approved on the 21st of September 2022, since it will put less financial burden on the country. As a founding member, South Africa will receive an additional 600 shares, and the total South Africa shareholding in the bank would be 0.19%. To retain the status of founding member, the National Treasury will have to pay the entire amount by the 31st of December 2022, which is the 1 million US dollars. Next slide, please. Members of the committee, this is a table outlining the different shareholding options which were presented to South Africa and the recommended one by Cabinet. If I can take the committee to the 4th column, you'll note that the AIB, and the 4th column is what we would have to pay in cash. So that's the paid-in capital. The AIB requested or provided a holding opportunity for South Africa to take up 5,905 shares, which would have meant that South Africa would have to pay 118 million US dollars over 5 years. In 2015, the Cabinet recommended that we look at taking 590 shares. This would have equated to a paid-in capital of 12 million US dollars. And the recent approved recommendation by Cabinet is that we take the minimum shareholding, which would include an additional 600 shares if we meet the deadline of the 31st of this year, for only 1 million US dollars in paid-in capital. Funding South Africa's membership in the AIB has been secured within the National Treasury, and the 1 million would be paid immediately should the committee and the House approve. Next slide, please. We would like to put the case to the committee to actually ratify the Articles of the Agreement. South Africa's participation in the AIB was intended to be a symbolic gesture geared towards strengthening growing business relations with Asia region and towards demonstrating solidarity with the region's development aspirations under South-South cooperation. This is important since the AIB was established by China. As a non-regional member, South Africa will be able to borrow from the AIB. The Articles of Agreement authorize the bank to invest in any member, both regional and non-regional, with a ceiling on such investment as 15% to non-regionals. Currently, there would be 15 billion US dollars available to non-regional members. Considering the low capital subscription of 1 million US dollars, we are of the view that this is a good offer to the country. The AIB is distinguishing itself as a leader in green infrastructure investments. 50% of its portfolio is earmarked towards green projects in member countries. and this is slightly different from other MDBs. South Africa may benefit through technical assistance as well as financing its clean energy transition program. Next slide, please. South Africa participated in the negotiations of the final AIB Articles of Agreement, as well as the finalization of the bank's strategic and operational policies. Furthermore, South Africa is a signatory to the AIB Articles of Agreement, with the result that a reasonable expectation has been created for its ratification. Lastly, only South Africa and Kuwait have not signed the Articles of Agreement. The latest extensions have been targeted towards these two countries. Next slide, please. Therefore, it is recommended to the committee that the National Treasury has consulted extensively with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and International Relations and Cooperations on South Africa's ratification of the Articles of Agreement. The legal opinions provided by the departments is that the Articles of Agreement in the AIB is not contravening of domestic and international law. It is recommended that the Select Committee on Finance support ratification by Parliament of the Articles of Agreement of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which the Minister of Finance has tabled in Parliament, supports the minimum subscription shareholding that is 50 shares with a nominal value of $5 million US, notes that the payable amount would be $1 million US, 16.4 million Rand at time of submission, which is to be paid 30 days after ratification by Parliament. The outstanding amount of $4 million US would be a callable portion. Notes that the dead date of the 31st of December 2022 as a final deadline set by the board of the AIB for South Africa to ratify the Articles of Agreement. Thank you, Chair.
All right, colleagues, can you come in? Who wants to come in?
Thank you, Chair. If I can go ahead.
Yeah, please do.
Chair, this is ludicrous. This is crazy. So, the gentleman from who made the presentation has not read the legal opinion clearly, because there's some big issues that are raised in that legal opinion, and one of them is that we're not here to ratify. We are here to approve, and that's in terms of Section 131 of the Constitution. I think it's 131 or 231. Yeah, it'll be 231. So that's the first step. The second step says, the comment is made by the state law advisor of all people, and here I quote from the legal opinion. He says, "We are therefore uncertain of the relevance of the Republic being a party to this agreement." And I can see absolutely no benefit to South Africa for signing and becoming a member of this bank. And the fact is that what we've done, and the comment was made, it's a symbolic gesture. Well, the symbolic gesture started out at 590 million, got whittled down to 60 million, and is now looking at 5 million. So the symbolic gesture, it's like, when your wife or when your girlfriend asks you for a diamond ring, you end up giving her the ring out of the Christmas cracker, because realistically, if you want a symbol, this is a symbol that well, we don't care that much. So that's the first comment that I wanted to make, and I mean, one can naturally see there was a demonstration of the table, which showed exactly where we started and where we are now. Now, I also want to make it a very strong point that showing, well, we've got a discount on this one. We're down from 590 million down to 5 million, but actually it's only 1 million. Is not accurate, because $1 million US is a lot of money, but the fact is that there's a call portion which can be called upon at any time. So the day after signature, if the bank decides to call on that remaining $4 million, they are well within their rights to do so. So, you know, whilst it's only $1 million, well, guess what? It's not. It's 5 million. We're on the line. It's a contingent liability that we'll need to be reporting. It's going to impact the balance sheet of South Africa. So I wanted to make that point quite strongly as well. And I mean, the fact is, if one considers 5 million, this is exactly why I've been banging on, Mr. Chair, about reevaluating the priorities within every single department, because this may seem in the bigger picture to be quite a small amount. But, you know, all of the small amounts that are needlessly spent by government certainly add up. And if one considers, you know, yeah, so the $5 million US, about 85, 86 million rand that we're talking about here. And, you know, what could we do with that money if it was used on a project that was actually useful? 780 RDP houses, 225 megaliter reservoirs. And I mean, one of the big challenges we have at the moment is reservoirs all over the country. And 25 megaliter reservoirs are big reservoirs. That's you know, a couple of those will run a city. So never mind, if you start with smaller two megaliter reservoirs, you could probably get 8 or 10 of them out of this amount. So it's massively concerning. The big issue I have, and it was alluded to by the presenter as well, is the fact that there is a differentiation between regional and non-regional members. And whilst there is a clause 11, a sub clause in clause 11 that allows the bank, here we go, 11.1a, article 11.1a, the bank may provide or facilitate financing to any member, etc. That's all good and well. But really, Chair, and I would appreciate it if we could flight the actual agreement on the screen and look at Article 1 and 2 of the agreement, because those are the two that are actually important. If I can ask that it get flighted, and what it says.
Yeah, you can flight it. Can you flight it, please? Whoever is responsible, either Nkululeko or the NT person, please, or anybody from it.
While we're waiting for it to come up, I'll read that. And so, Chapter 1, Article 1, purpose. The purpose of the bank shall be to foster sustainable economic development, create wealth and improve infrastructure connectivity in Asia by investing in infrastructure and other productive sectors. And 2, to promote regional cooperation and partnership in addressing developmental challenges by working in close collaboration with other multilateral and bilateral developing institutions. That's Article 1, the purpose. The functions also go on and underline that. So if you read that in conjunction with Article 9 of the agreement, Article 9 says use of resources, and it says quite clearly there, the resources and facilities of the bank shall be used exclusively to implement the purpose and functions set forth respectively in Articles 1 and 2 and in accordance with sound banking principles. So that excludes South Africa from benefiting from this. Now, you can point to 11.1a, but it's in direct contradiction with the with Article 9 and Articles 1 and 2. So I don't see any benefit to South Africa or to South Africans specifically of us entering into this agreement. If one takes a look on the website of the AIIB, it's quite an interesting trawl through, and you can see immediately what our shares will be worth. And I've written it down here. If we get all of these shares that we're wanting to buy, we're going to have, wait for it, 0.01349% of the votes. So we're going to have 0.13% influence in terms of what we're doing. Thanks very much. If you can go to Article 1 and 2, I think that it really is important for members to read Article 1 and 2 and just understand there is absolutely no benefit to the people of South Africa for spending $1 million or $5 million, whichever amount that you're wanting to agree on. And the reality, Chairperson, is that when we're sitting with the economy where it is right now, where people are struggling to put food on the table, where we're scratching around for money to fix the floods that have ravaged KwaZulu-Natal, when we're scrabbling around to look for money to buy diesel for Eskom to put in their generators, to get our economy on the go. Every cent counts. Now, I can tell you right now that $1 million, if you offered it to Eskom, they might cock their noses up at it. But the reality is, it's gotten to a point where even they will take anything they can get. You offer $1 million. No, you offer $5 million to any municipality, they will grab it with both hands. $5 million, and again, I'll go back to the example that I know, Chairperson. It's the entire capital budget for a municipality like Midvaal. The entire annual capital budget for Midvaal is about $5.1 million US. So we're not talking small money here. We're talking money that would really make a real, tangible difference in the lives of South Africans. And there's no benefit to giving this money away. Really, it's a gift to China to show them, well, we love you. Like I said, it's not the diamond ring, it's the little plastic ring that you're getting out of the Christmas cracker. And I really see absolutely no benefit to us in rubber stamping this, no, sorry, I beg your pardon, approving this transaction or this agreement. It has no benefit. I'd also like to point out, I'd love to know who the signature is of the person that signed the agreement for us, because noting that we've had 6 finance ministers since December 2015. And of course, December 2015 was the infamous change of guard where we had Mr. Nhlanhlanele handing over to the weekend special, Mr. David van Rooyen, handing over to Mr. Gordon. So I'm not sure who signed this agreement on behalf of South Africa, but I can tell you right now that we've had 6 finance ministers since then, and they haven't bothered to bring it to cabinet. They haven't bothered to get it sorted out through cabinet. Now we are asked at the last minute to authorize this thing. I think it's absolutely diabolical that anyone would consider spending this kind of money as a gift, you know, a fruit basket being sent to China to show them our adoration when actually we can't even put food on our table at home.
I see Zolani's hand is up. Come in, Costume Keeper.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Because of the instability of the network, I will not open my video.
No, we understand. We're all having a problem. Yeah, thank you.
Chair, let me start off by appreciating this presentation by National Treasury on AII. My take on this is that this is a very important financial instrument for us as South Africa. And if you hear Mr. Mfundo Shatwayo in his presentation, he goes to the extent of saying that South Africa is being given a special dispensation in terms of the benefits that are actually ceded to South Africa for this membership. And that is informed by the strategic nature of our economy. The Asian tigers have a full confidence in our economy. And South Africa is not just an island, it is a springboard to the entire African economy. It is for that reason that there is this special dispensation. Secondly, Mr. Ryder is correct to some extent, and he is right to ask difficult questions in respect of the return on investment in terms of this amount of money. But I beg to differ, Mr. Ryder. The membership of South Africa in AIIB is not only symbolic. There's a great substance that is associated with that. If you listen to the presentation, there is definitely going to be a transfer of skills, and the issue of green economy goes a long way, and it starts with relationships like this. And therefore, we must not look at it, you know, in a very simplistic way. We need to have a broad sense in terms of looking into our membership into the AIIB. For me, I would definitely sponsor that. We support this. And I know, Mr. Ryder, you think that this matter is being brought to us as a mere formality. I don't think you made a mistake when you said we are just called upon to rubber stamp this. No, you are wrong there. Remember, in your own presentation, you are saying that almost 6 ministers have dealt with this matter. It's just a question of time that we needed to satisfy ourselves. We needed to ensure that we apply our minds. The fact that, Mr. Ryder, 47 countries that are non-Asian countries are member states in this AIIB, I don't think that those people lack wisdom. And the wisdom is only a reserve and a preserve of you, Mr. Ryder. I think I appreciate the fact that you are actually drilling down and asking critical questions. But for me, I think an instrument like this will do wonders to our economy. And it gives South Africa, and don't look at it in terms of statistics. It's more than that. The value of our participation there, it's actually priceless, given the fact that there's a lot of respect that is accorded to South Africa as a better managed economy, in spite of other challenges, but there's a huge confidence by the Asian Tigers. And I think, for me, we are opening a pathway to actually attract them to come here. And for me, I think there's a great substance in this, Chairperson. So I would move that we actually signed this international convention and actually joined AIIB without any further delay. Sorry about that. I don't think we are being trapped by the Treasury for bringing this, and they are saying that the deadline is the 30th of December. There has been more than 8 years of working on this. And I think the wisdom of the Treasury, I know them. They take matters through a fine comb before they take a decision. I know their kind of behavior. I know their kind of trajectory when they interact on matters like this. I think the Asian Tigers are very strategic to us as South Africa, and therefore there's a great substance that we associate ourselves with them. And I think the benefit will be much greater than just looking into the mere shareholding that is accorded to us. Thank you, Chairperson. That's my view.
Thank you, Zolani. Who else wants to speak? Any hands up? Nope. Okay. Treasury, you'll have to come in and answer the questions, but I've got a few questions too. Firstly, I think, Dennis, we all agree about the timing, but I also agree with Zolani, there's no conspiracy here. But it's regrettable, and we will say that in our report, obviously. We can't run away from our responsibilities. But Dennis, my own view is that you're rather too harsh, really. You're sliding in things that are, well, only tangentially, I don't know how to say that word, that means marginally, not absolutely germane to the issues before us. I can't recall since 2014 that we've had such a harsh response. There have been times when opposition parties have objected. We have never ever had a debate on this, and the one time the debate was asked for, it had nothing to do. I think I raised this with you. The person who spoke on behalf said nothing about the agreement. He had some other issues. He was very mad about some bill that he couldn't get his way on. I don't know why he would think that. And then he brought all that in, and the chair of the House was actually, in my view, wrong. I raised it with the chair with the greatest of respect. The person wasn't dealing with the agreement at all, and the chair was very lenient, but there you are. So we've never had this sort of thing. We've had opposition to, but we never had such a withering critique. Now, I think that most of all, you see, politics, international geopolitics and politics has a whole lot of other considerations. The way I see it, it's what Zolani is saying, right? So it's much of what he says, I would have said anyway, and he said it in much better ways than I would. So my own sense of this is that without letting Treasury get away with its failures, and so Fondo, you'll have to answer because he's an MP, and whatever Zolani and whatever Nkosi and I say, he has a right to an answer, okay? No differently from the chair of this committee or the WEP or any member. So you'll have to answer in full, please, and properly and comprehensively. It's fair. This is the way Parliament works. But my own take on this thing, and maybe you want to respond to it too, and you're free to disagree with me, Mfundo. You know what? The main thing here is political. As I see it, we must move away from this idea that the developed countries of the West are our lodestar. It's long, long overdue. The world is changing. And the power is moving towards the East. It's halting, and they're going through their own crises. We are not an international relations committee. We're not a DIRCO committee. Yeah? I'm not going to go into that. But I think we shouldn't look at this thing only as an economic and financial thing. It is fundamentally political as well. It's geopolitics, it's our identity with countries of the East, and we have to be more and more independent of this one superpower, which is being challenged ever more as the world changes, and so it should be. We can all have different views on what's going on in Ukraine and the role of Russia. But we're talking here about China and that part of the world, that whole part of the world. Indonesia, look at Indonesia. I don't agree, as I'm sure most of us, with the latest ridiculous legislation they've passed, but that's not something that's for me. It's for DIRCO and the committee on DIRCO to enter into. But I know what I think, and I'm sure all of us, the ANC can't agree with those things. It's against our constitution anyway. But they are powerful countries. And we're just too much under the tutelage of the West, really. Which is not to say there are many gains to be got from that. We can't we have to play a role that's relatively balanced, recognizing the changing balance of world forces. Also, they have made lots of changes and come down, as you yourself say, Dennis, to a substantial reduction in what we were going to pay. And while it's true we could use that money here, we have to look at the global picture. Now, this thing has gone through the Standing Committee on Finance. And remember, here more than in most cases, I know Dennis won't agree, there's no provincial role here. It's an agreement between two countries, not an agreement between a province or several provinces and some other state. We can't even do that as far as I know. They're limited. I don't know the full story, but Frank might know, but there are limited terms within which a province signs agreements with another country, an external country, obviously. And so I think that there are many things that we would agree with, I would think, all of us in this committee. But they don't add up to rejecting. There are some clumsy aspects to this processing. There are some questions that you point to in contradictions. I think Zolani is saying the same. We agree with some of those things. But that doesn't add up to saying we can't approve of this thing. And imagine the sick of saying no to an agreement that is signed at the national level and our fellow MPs in the Standing Committee on Finance have approved. Now, the Constitution is clear, you'll remind us all, and we agree, Dennis, that we have to have both houses approve of it, which means we do have a role. But I can't think since 1994 ever the Standing Select Committee on Finance saying no to these agreements. I don't think it's ever happened. I don't know in any other parliament either. I can tell you this, I have raised this before, but hey, I'm merely one person in this parliament. Who cares? I am bound by the same rules, norms, and conventions here. I have asked, how can we ratify or approve of things like as a fait accompli, And you get the answers that this is the way it's done. And then you ask, how does it happen elsewhere in the world? And they tell you the same thing. I'm no expert on this thing. I'm very unhappy at Treasury. Whatever Zolani says, I don't think he speaks for himself if he wants to. We are not justifying. We are not sucking up to Treasury, yeah? I've told you, if we didn't have to do this thing, I would have actually stopped this meeting and gone to Legal Services Unit and said, you justify us passing an agreement like this. And then, you know what? I'm a functionary of Parliament, okay? I am answerable to the ANC, but I'm also answerable to the public out there. And the rules and conventions of Parliament apply to me as it applies to any other Schlengo and so on who chairs from the IFP, okay? So you can't tell me, and we've been through this before, Dick Lady might remember, when a member of our committee said a certain person can't speak because he or she, was taking the thing from newspapers, as if we all don't do that. So, and then I went to see the chief whip and he was clear. And I think I spoke to Frank and we are clear. You can't stop a member. There's no rule that says I can, as a chair, do something that my own party insists. And my name goes in there wrongly. I'm so irritated at somebody claiming they sent me a protected disclosure, which I never got. I'm trying to contact this person and saying, where is it? I even wrote about SARS and said I had to issue a statement which nobody really carried, that I'm very happy these people are reinstated. I'm reaching out to her via SARS. I can't even get to her. People say these things and then it appears in the court thing. I get hammered. My name appears there. You know what? There's no such thing. I'm a functionary of parliament. And, the ANC appointed me. I didn't choose to be here. And then I have to do what Parliament says. So I entirely agree with you as the chair of this committee. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. There are some things that you don't decide policy on. There's no policy a party can have on agreement coming to us at the last minute. It's not a policy decision. There's nothing in the ANC, the NEC or NWC or the president of the ANC. They can't tell Parliament, hey, you know what? Don't do this. We have to do what is right. And the thing is, we're all going to say, please, the rules are clear. Frank, you can come in one. This is unacceptable. That we're agreeing on, Frank. But then your issues are issues of content. And whether we got this agreement 6 months ago or we had a whole year to do, you're still going to say the same things. So on process, we agree. On content, no, I'm afraid. You're raising some good issues. In short, they don't add up to saying no. And it'll be something that's very odd for the NCOP to do, Frank. I mean, Dennis, you will be more valuable to your party, in my view, if I may say this, strikes me every now and then, to go and serve in the NA, really. I mean, you're making good points from the point of view of your party. It's not good points from the point of view of somebody like me or the party I come from, but you're making good points. You're being a very good DA member. And I thank you for raising it. And Treasurer, you can't get away either. Now, can you answer these questions? We can come back to the debate. Let's hear what Mfundo and his team have to say. But is there any hand up there in Kulileko? Not yet. Okay, fine. I hope I'll come in. Right, go ahead, Mfundo, reply, my friend. And look, don't take it personally.
Oh, there's a hand from Mr. Okam, Chair.
Yeah, Willie, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to put my video on. If the reception is bad, I'll put it on.
Yeah, switch it off if you have to, we understand.
Chairperson, yeah, I've listened carefully and thoroughly to what Mr. Ryder said. And he really studied this thing. And I think in a nutshell, we should, if we are giving money to something that we do not get benefit from, in other words, we are buying or paying something, but we're not getting something back physically, then it should actually, maybe figuratively, but it should be seen as a donation. We are giving money, but not receiving any benefit. If we can't get financed by this bank, what is the need for it other than to maybe pay for the supper, for our Chinese supper? So we should really thoroughly look into what is in the best interest of South Africans. We are sitting with an economy where we've already said on numerous times there are no space for error. We need to turn around every single cent. And I just think that if we can't get benefit from this, why should we do this? In other words, then maybe we should call it a donation and see what the people of the country will then say of it, because that is in actual fact what it is. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Zolani and I have already covered that, but you're free to disagree with us, obviously. We don't agree. It's a donation. We explain the political and other ramifications. On the long-term economic and financial benefits, what we will get, the leverage we will carry, the need to change our political orientation. We're an African country, and we have a right to take a part that's neither sucking up to China or sucking up to the US and its allies. And I think that's the route we are going. But you are free to disagree, Willie. That's your right. And we're not saying that some of the points you and Dennis are raising are not correct. We agree. We're immensely irritated and frustrated. We stuck with this thing at this last minute. But on the whole, what can we do? We are where we are. And we have to do what we have to do. How can we, the consequence of not signing up, you see, the way Treasury argues, and perhaps you want to come in and follow. Okay, let's say we agree with you and Dennis, right? But And you're saying we're giving money, we're not getting something in return. Well, we are saying we are getting something in return. Returns are not always financial now. They could be political, they could be ideological, they could be economic in the long term, they could be financial in the medium and long term. We don't fully understand the issues, right? We're not economists and financial and international experts on geopolitics. We can't, Dennis, Willie, I can't think we're the only country in the world that does this, right? In fact, the developed countries did this to secure hegemony throughout the developing world, right? I mean, they gave money after they became confronted by colonial power, colonial subjects who took them on, from Ghana onwards. And then they turned around and started controlling or seeking to control through other means. They gave money without getting returns, but they got political hegemony. The Soviet Union did the same, and there was a Cold War. So it's not as if it's the first time in the history of humankind. But having said that, Willie, yeah, you want to respond?
Chairperson, yeah, thank you very much. Chair, yeah, we have done stuff like that in the past, and this reminds me a lot about the 50 million rand donation that we wanted to make to Cuba. Surely the government saw that as a gesture and of something that they want to show Cuba. But at the end of the day, the Constitutional Court said, no ways, we can't do that. There's no benefit for us in that. So we should look into what is the true benefit for us as South Africans. And I can't see that physically we're getting a benefit. So yeah, it just reminds me of the 50 million donation to Cuba. Thank you, Chair. We can leave it at that, otherwise we're going to debate.
Yeah, Willie, I must say I was very surprised Dennis didn't raise that. And now you came from the back bench, as it were, and raised it. Look, we will have our disagreements on that, right? If you look at the history of the ANC, I am not a legal expert, nor am I going to comment on the validity or otherwise in terms of legal issues. But politically, you ask any ANC or PAC, well, ANC mainly member, right? I can tell you my own view of comrades I interact, just to let you know this, more than even the Soviet Union. I'm talking about people who are connected, especially in exile. Cuba has enormous resonance with South Africans, really. The fact that they came to Angola and sacrificed and so on. Yes, you will see the Cubans were supported by the Soviet Union, oh, fine. I think we're entering a terrain that's not germane to what we say, right? But Treasury, you can't run away from your responsibilities. The reason I intervened when I did was to ask you to stick to the technical issues. You're not politicians. The issues exchanged between Mr. Ryder, Mr. Outcome, and Nkosi Mkiva and myself were political mainly, but also financial and economic. So you focus on those issues. As far as your political views are concerned, you can raise it outside this meeting, but feel free to respond. And Mfundo, please give a full response to what Mr. Outcome and Mr. Ryder have raised. Thank you. And what Nkosi Mkiva has raised. Thank you.
No, Honorable Chair, thank you. And thank you to the honorable members for the questions posed. Perhaps I can begin with you, Chair. You put forward to me if perhaps the main objective of us joining the AIIB is really a political one. I cannot respond to that as a National Treasury official. However, in us engaging and consulting on this agreement, we have consulted with the DIRCO desk on Asia, which has assessed South Africa's joining of the AIIB. And they are very supportive of both the geopolitical and the financial benefits which would accrue to us in joining the AIIB. So perhaps, Chair, I just wanted to support your assessment, but it's coming from DIRCO and not from the National Treasury. With regards to the Honorable Mkiva, he spoke around the issue of return on investment and benefit, which is what I think the Honorable Camp and as well as Honorable Ryder are really trying to drill down on. Perhaps I can provide concrete examples of the benefits to non-regional members in joining the bank. And this information is publicly available and one can source it on the website of the AIIB. Rwanda, which we all the way to a small country on the continent. It has taken a similar shareholding within the AIB as we have, of the 1 million paid in and the 5 million in terms of the shares. Rwanda has received in the past 2 years $100 million US dollars over the past 2 years for economic recovery programs from the pandemic, from the COVID pandemic. Egypt, which has taken up a significantly larger share than South Africa in the AIB, has a pipeline of 1 billion US dollars. That is approximately 1.7 billion rand. And the project pipeline focuses on water, transport, and energy and renewable energy, to be more specific. So the regional members, while they do have a allocation or a ring-fenced allocation to them of 15%, are receiving financing for their domestic development projects. Then perhaps if I can then move to some of the questions posed by the Honorable Ryder around the Articles of Agreement themselves. Mr. Ryder, the Article 3, which perhaps for one reason or another was not raised by you, it speaks to the IBRD members. South Africa is a member of the IBRD, and what is the IBRD? That is the World Bank affiliation, and South Africa is a member of that. Those IBRD members in Article 3 are able to get financing from the AIB. So that is clearly stated in the Articles of Agreement, and I've already put forward evidence as to the 2 African countries. And Turkey is also getting financing from the bank itself. Yes, Mr. Ryder, I think is correct. Obviously, the focus is on the region, which is Asia. But Asia sees South Africa as being very strategic, and I think members of the committee are aware of that. And we have now, I believe it's 12 African countries that have joined the bank, and that is by no coincidence. With regards to the 1 million US dollars, that is the paid in cash amount. And Mr. Ryder is accurate to state that it is actually a 5 million for the 50 shares. However, 4 million is callable. With regards to callable amounts and multilateral development banks, we are a member of the AFDB, the African Development Bank. We are a member of the New Development Bank. We are a member of the World Bank. All those institutions have callable amounts. It's never been called in recent history. I think I perhaps put that in recent history, the callable amount has never been issued. So I think it's fair to say that what South Africa currently would be owing the AIB would be just the 1 million US dollars, which we have an objective is to leverage that 1 million US dollars to mobilize resources for greater investment into our infrastructure development. I believe, Honorable Chair, I've covered most of the issues raised, and if I have not, I'm ready to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Fundo. Is anybody else? Dennis, yes?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So the reason that I didn't refer to Article 3 is because Article 9 defines the operations of the bank, and it specifically says use of resources. Article 9, and I read it. The resources and facilities of the bank shall be used exclusively to implement the purpose and functions set forth respectively in Articles 1 and 2, and in accordance with sound banking principles. Now, if South Africa wants to borrow any more money, 20 years of my experience in banking says that lending money to South Africa at the moment would go against sound banking principles. I'm not expecting to convince any of you, Chair. I'm merely stating that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Is there any other hand up? Nope. Okay. So we need to submit a report to Parliament and vote on it. And we'll have you, Nkululeko, put it on the screen. I want to add another line or two and change it around. So I'm just finding my copy quickly. I just did it while we were talking over this, having this discussion, right? So, yeah. Firstly, I think we should, just give me a moment. Look, I'm not fast. I've got so many minutes here as well. Now I must get to it quickly. I have a new version that will take into account what we just said in this meeting, right? So we'll move it around and say we'll only recommend it at the end. But let me go to agreements, international agreements, INTR, international 2022. Yeah. Oh God. Sorry, colleagues, I can't help this. We cluster everything at the end. International agreements 2022. Where's this one?
Can I make a proposal?
Yeah.
Can I propose a 5-minute tea break, Chair, which would give you your time to do the next?
Yeah. So I will get the version here. Thanks. Can we please not go? We need a quorum to vote on this, and then the minutes will go quickly. Look, before we go on, can I make one point? You see, we blamed ESCOM and Parliament and everybody else. On the minute story, I take full responsibility as the chair. You see, we've had many asked in Nkululeko earlier, why have we got so many minutes? Then we realized we've got so many meetings, and we have so many big things to do. We haven't had time to look at the minutes. But we're going to take as many minutes as we can. But in future now, we're just going to do what we used to do at times in the last term, is we'll cluster the minutes. Like last Tuesday of every month, we just do the minutes for the time. So we apologize. Partly it's beyond our control. Partly it's also the chair has to look at the minutes. And I'm discussing this with the management right now about the role I play. And, it's not my responsibility, but I don't want to get you involved. That's internal management issues. So we will deal with that outside of this meeting. What I'm saying to you basically is, I apologize about the number of minutes. It's not going to happen again. As from the next quarter, the last Tuesday of each month, no matter how many thousands of bills and what Treasury says about deadlines, we're going to process the minutes. So I'm sorry about that. Let's have a 5-minute break because I've got a document I edited while worked on a short one while we were talking, and now I can't find it because there's so many minutes here. Okay, 5 minutes, please, no more. Please stay on the line. And it's not going to take us long now. We've more or less done. on the agreement of South Africa's membership to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Maybe we can make that membership of. It can be to whatever. I'll leave that to Esther and the team. The committee expresses its strongest disapproval that this agreement was sent to the, oh, it's there, there's it. Strongest disapproval that this agreement was sent to the NCOP so late and urges National Treasury to avoid this in future. The committee only agreed to process the agreement and approve of it because the deadline to do so, we can put the majority in the committee only agreed to process this if that's what the DA wants, because the deadline to do so is 31st December 2022. Mfundo, is that correct? The deadline is 31st December, right? Mfundo? Hello?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Right, and the failure to do so will have major financial, economic, and political consequences. Not in rand and monetary terms before the DA jumps, but in other terms, longer term signal. The chairperson, and I really think Mfundo's answer was very good, frankly, explaining many other countries, poorer than us, have done it and the benefits they got. The chairperson will write to the Minister of Finance, National Treasury, the DG of National Treasury. Put in the words DG, please. We can put that in full later. The DG of National Treasury, the NCOP chairperson, NCOP chief whip, and NCOP chairperson on committees oversight to, I forgot to put this in, to express our fundamental dissatisfaction. Fundamental dissatisfaction. You got it? With these strong reservations, the committee recommends that the House, in terms of Section 231, sub 2 of the Constitution, approves the said agreement. A report to be considered. Okay, over to members. You can change it the way you like. Please, can the staff who are meant to assist also intervene? Because it's not my job to draft, really. I don't see any hands up. So are we fine with this thing? No hands up. Okay, good. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Can we have a mover and seconder? Well, Treasury, I'm sorry, but we don't have a mover and seconder, so there's nothing we can. Oh, okay, Zukiswa, thank you. Okay, seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thank you.
Momora Khan.
Momora, yeah, thanks. Okay, that's done. Can we move to the minutes? I've apologized.
Yeah,
and
before we do that, if you can note that we do
Yeah,
not
sure, of
support
course, yeah. Yeah, you're opposed to it. So the
Chair.
DA is opposed to this, yeah?
And
Somebody
Freedom
else?
from Plus
Fine.
also oppose it.
Fine.
Freedom from Plus also oppose it. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, please. Who's next? Simon?
Seem to have lost Mr. Muletsane, Chair.
Fine. Well, that's okay. Now, can we go on, please, to the minutes, right? So here it is. The first minutes, I think, look, man, you know, I'm really sorry, honestly, about this. There's too many minutes. I hadn't realized. And I've told you what we're going to do. And it's certainly going to happen, right? So let me quickly go to the minutes. Open. Are you putting them on the screen, the first one, please? In the meanwhile, I'll just use my computer. I find it easier. The first minutes are, let me see what's here. Minutes. 11th of October. Have you got it, colleagues? In Kululeko, can you kindly put it on the screen, please? Right. So let me quickly go there. Right. Page 1. This is the one for 11th of October. Page 1. Nothing. Page 2. Page 3. And there's the end of the meeting there. Okay. So mover and seconder, please.
Adoption.
Thank you, seconder.
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you, sir. 14th of October, we looked at.
Second, Chair.
Thanks, Comrade Mamora. Consideration adoption of committee reports on Schedule 1, 2, 3. This was the first tranche of grey listing bill, right? So we then looked at the bill and then we ended the meeting, and you can see on page 2, there we are. So page 1, anything, please? Page 2, anything? Mover and seconder, please. Okay, we can have another tea break. Anybody wants a tea break? Yeah,
I move,
okay.
Chairperson.
We're
Oh,
afraid
man.
I'll second
Oh,
Chair.
man. You know, you have to struggle. Don't you want to go and have lunch? Think of the poor chairperson. He should really be on leave. He should be sent to Cuba on holiday. He deserves to. You know, Cuba's got lovely beaches, Willie. You can say what you like. I don't know if you've been there. It's a lovely place.
And lovely music
beaches.
and cigars.
Oh,
There's
lovely music. Yeah, forget the cigars. No, but you know, the beaches for a clumsy swimmer like me.
I second, Chair.
She seconds me going to Cuba and I move. Okay, note that, please, in Kulileko. That's the main point here. Okay, 18th October, please. It takes up too many pages, all the people, eh? Yeah, anyway, that's gone. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5. Right? That is the 18th of October. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll second, Chair.
Seconder. Hey, you know, Mama Rakhane, you're too slow, man. You let the DA beat you. They're desperate to go for lunch. I know the reason. Whatever the reason, the ANC, please, man, you can't let the DA move so fast. All the amendments, I mean, all the minutes. Okay, next one, 1st
We'll
of
give the
December.
next one to the ANC, Chair.
Okay, Willie, you're so generous. First, okay, this is the voting on the 3 bills, right? The tax bills, right?
No,
And-
Chair, it's 27 October.
Oh, I don't have 27 October. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Okay, 27 October, you got it. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Then we go down. Next page, please. Following page. Right. Page after that, please. 5. Yeah. On we go to page 5, 6, 7. Go on to page 8. Right? End of meeting at the bottom there. Okay, good. Move and seconder, please.
I
I
move
move,
for
Chair.
adoption, Chair.
5 movers. Hey, Comrade Jadu, you are really fast to the draw, but Mama Rakhane is a close second.
I second.
Close second. Yeah, let's
I
have a
second,
competition. Yeah, yeah,
I
I think it's a
second.
good idea. Yeah. In Kulileko, just check our funds, what you can offer people, but I'm going to Cuba. I don't know where Comrade Jadu wants to go and Comrade Mama Mamora. And actually, Willie's been quite good too. Maybe we send him to Cuba. Okay, next then is the 2nd of December. You see, we met endlessly, sorry.
1 November, Chair.
Sorry?
1
Sorry,
November.
November, yeah. Okay, right. So this one, please move. Down page 2, 3, 4. We go down, page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Okay, we're going to 2nd of November now, is it? A mover and seconder for this one first?
Move for adoption, Chair.
Thanks. Seconder, please.
Mama Rakhane, second.
Thank you. Right. Then next is what? In Kulileko?
It's the 2nd of November,
On
Chairperson.
my computer, yeah, that's right. The one on the public hearings on the MTBPS. Right. This is done, you know, in the normal way. And we can't really amend these minutes, but I'll go through the process. Page 1, 2, 3, anything, 4. Right. Then the next one is the 4th of November. Is that right?
But let's adopt to this one, Chair. Yes, it's
Sorry,
the 4th of-
yeah. Oh, we need a mover and seconder. Sorry, mover and seconder, please. For the 2nd of November.
Move 2nd
I'll move
November,
for
Chair.
adoption.
Thank you. There was Dennis seconding. Thank you. Jadu moving. Friday, the 4th of November. Right. The hearings on the fiscal framework as revised. Pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, mover and seconder, please.
I move, Chair.
Thank you. We're moving to the 8th of November.
Seconder.
I second,
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. We're moving now to 8th of November. Right, this was the considering adoption of committee report on the revised fiscal framework. Remember, we did this with the other committee, and there you are, 2 pages. There's nothing really of any controversy there. Can we have a mover and seconder?
I move, Chair.
I move, Chair.
Thank you. We've got a mover and seconder there, with Fanny being the seconder. The 8th of November now.
No, it's the 15th of November, Chair.
15th, yeah, 15th, sorry. 15th of November. Right, we got the hearings on the bills, right, tax bills. Then we go to page 1, 2. We go to page 3 on the key issues. Page 4. Mover and seconder, please.
I move, Chair.
Thank you, Comrade Mamora. Seconder.
I second, Chair.
Thank you.
I
Dickie Lady,
second.
Thank you. 22nd of November, please. SARS and Treasury responding to the tax bills. Page 1, 2, 3, 4. Comments made by members at the bottom. We go on to page 5, page 6. So that's done with 22nd. Mover, please.
I move, Chairperson.
Thank you. That was Dickie Lady. Seconder.
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Mama Rakhane. Then we move on to the next one, which is 23rd of November, which is the public hearings on the General Laws Amendment Bill. Yeah, I just think we should make a change there, please. Can we go on to 1? Public chairperson. You see, instead of saying I had time to look at these 2 quickly. Members of the public were recognized, actually they were acknowledged rather than recognized, right? Because recognized means we know them and so on. And we didn't know, actually, I didn't know, and I think most of us didn't know. And then members on key issues discussed. If you look under key issues discussed, the first paragraph, members should be in small m because that's how we're using it.
Okay,
and then, yeah, members in small, but I can send this to you. Yeah, you see the members there, key issues discussed. The presentations were concluded and members put that in small m because elsewhere you have the nomenclature is in small. And then we go to the bullet point there. I'll send all this to you. The bill, once it becomes an act, look at line, once it becomes an act, and the and is missing. But I'll send this to you. I'm just, I don't think members are preoccupied with, I'll send it to you. I should have sent it to you, and I think I did. I did send it to you, actually, you'll find it. I think you're too busy with your Wi-Fi issues in Parliament. Can you believe it, in Parliament? Then we've got there in the bullet point before beginning, a member of the committee inquired from NT. Have you got that? Line 4, what's missing there is the FATF deadline of next February. We left out February, right? FATF deadline of next February. But you've got it. I did send it to you earlier.
Okay, Chair.
And then on the next one, the singular and plural, it's views and organizations and stakeholders. I've done that and sent it. And then National Treasury requested in the next bullet point, and that's it. So colleagues, it's purely technical, minor error, minor corrections. There's nothing of substance there. It's mostly singular and plural. And I've done that because I had the time this morning before we started. So there it is. Can we move on seconder, please?
You're right.
Okay, 25th, please, of November. We're about to finish, colleagues. Thanks for your patience and your time.
Chair, has the previous minutes been seconded? If not,
Yes,
I'll
so I
second.
thought, just check in, Kululeko, you got a seconder?
No, we did not, Chairperson.
Oh, sorry, Willie. I take it you're going to second it.
I'll second, thank you.
Yeah, with the amendments made. On 25th, I also looked at it a few minutes, or half an hour before we came or whatever. And here there's some minor changes. Under 1, I just want committee members to note, second to last line opinion, and after the stakeholders also given time to respond to National Treasury, right? In Kolorika, you've got the changes. Then the NPOV working group under 3 raised a concern about that, and then singular and plural issues, the same in the next paragraph. Then, it consistently, once we use, obviously, like Helen Suzman Foundation in brackets, you put HSF, and that's how we should do it. And COSATU actually basically said they support the bill because this bill seeks to combat state capture in simple words. Under 4, committee raised issues, including the following. And I just made some corrections at the end of the meeting. There are many minor changes I made just for grammatical reasons, and 1 or 2, like 2 long sentences and repetitive. So it's nothing major. So there we are. And that's for the 25th. Yes? Mover, please. 25th.
I'll move,
please.
Chair.
Right. Thank you. Seconder.
Second.
Thank you, my friend. Then we go to the next one, which I think is 30th November. Am I right?
30 November, yes, Chair.
Okay. This one was the TALA bills, and page 1, 2, and the TLAB bills, and end of meeting on page 3. Okay, thank you very much. Mover, please, and a seconder.
I move, Chair.
Thank you. Right. Have we got any more left? Is there one more?
1
left?
December.
Seconder.
Yeah, 1 December. Thanks for seconding. Yeah, there's it. 1 December. I've got it here. Okay, Thursday, 1st December. These are the voting on the 3 tax bills, and it's very straightforward. Pages 1, 2, 3, 4, end of meeting on page 4, or 3, is it? Sorry. Yeah, page 3. Thank you. Mover, please, and seconder. It's the last one. Thanks, Willie. Seconder. Thank you, Mamora. Okay, colleagues, we are done with that. This is the last meeting of our committee. So I want to take this opportunity of thanking all of you, particularly today, because I really didn't expect the meeting to last. So I really took it that we'll finish within an hour, hour and a half, and it's gone on far beyond that. Once again, I really feel bad about this. Honestly, in Kululeko, we're not going to do this again. I take ultimate responsibility. We're not going to do this. We're not going to lump ourselves with minutes. And yes, it's true. This was inflicted on us because of the special circumstances. As you pointed out, past 5 bills. In fact, I have been watching the TV, by the way. And funny enough, this is such a useless point they made at the bottom. The Select Committee on Finance passed 5 money bills, etc. yesterday. Today, I couldn't make sense of what the public value of putting that down in one of News Africa, which is what I mostly watch. I think it was that. Okay, thank you for that. Firstly, I want to thank everybody here for your cooperation. Never mind, we disagreed. I know next year is going to be very tough, and it's going to be an election year. So there's going to be much posturing from all sides, including from the chair of this committee. I think it's going to be a difficult year because you're getting lots of bills. And we will be working very hard, I think, in the first half of the year towards at least the end of the 3rd quarter. And really, I want to thank the staff for all the good work that they do. It's much, much appreciated. And also today, in particular, to thank Lubabalo and Estelle. Estelle came back to me and said, sorry, she was on leave and she didn't check her cell phone. Alan also is very flustered. He wanted to help. So yet again, the staff are very good. And I know more than anybody else because I work with them, just like Tikaledi knows her team of staff that come to our aid as they did today. Thank you very much. Shall we see you next year? And please, no constituency, no campaigning DA, no campaigning any other party. ANC, you know what we have to do. Thank you. Keep well. Bye then.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chairperson. Goodbye, honorable members.
Thank you,
Have a good week.
Chairperson.